All right, sorry. I do not know what the fuck happened. Internet died for apparently like an hour and a half. Not normal for us. Not at all. Like super rare for that to happen.
Busier than usual in here. We need to act fast.
Now the question is, did we end up getting saved or not? I think we did. That's so annoying. I guess I'm not doing this one now. Do you think Arms Warrior buff will be buff will be strong enough to put Arms in a good place tomorrow? I mean, I don't think it's gonna move up tail-wise too much. Doesn't mean loot locked. Wouldn't it be a chance they get no loot from the first boss though? It shows me having done the first boss. I don't know. I guess we can do it again. Dungeons. Murderer. Will they go into my one? I'll do the other ones. We're not usually worried. Let's do I think I have Magistus Terrace. No. Den and Voidscar. Den? Do you need Den, Nate? Den. M0. I mean, it's a good buff. Arms lacks a bit of form to its damage. I don't think Mortal Strike one taps. Let's see. Fury might bang. Like Fury's got some real buffs that are gonna be pretty powerful for it. For one, you can play Slayer Fury now, and your Bladestorm might fuck like super hard. I don't know if I'd say it's boring. I mean, especially Slayer Fury's pretty fun. So I want to look at this again. Supposedly, in the initial buffs changes, people are wondering if Priests had its nerfs removed. Yeah, no, Cycling is changed too, I think. They just buffed everything by an insane amount. Okay, so we need not a yeah, I find it very fun to play. It's funny that both you guys feel that way at the same time. I mean, I enjoy it a good amount. I invited the wrong person twice. Red's got some big fucking buffs in the end. Yeah, I mean, I personally really like it. Arms is weird. You doing PvE this season? I'd like to. Just a little bit, like Mythic Zeros or Mythic Plus, and I don't think we do any rating. Maybe a teeny bit. The 50% change to Final Verdict. Maybe. So this is a weird one. Basically, it sort of cooks them a little bit. That change kind of sucks because they nerfed all damage 15%. I don't know if they should have now. I feel like a better change for Ret would have been, because you can see in PvP here, all damage, all ability damage reduced by 15% in PvP combat. I feel like that should not be 15% anymore with that change.
Keep an eye out for opportunities for loot when they arise. Like now.
Who's Dan at? Yeah. Okay. I think they should have done 10% nerf to Reds, because what ends up happening is they buff Final Verdict by 15%, but they nerf all abilities 15%, so that now Final Verdict is the same instead of being buffed, which seems tough to work with.
You any good at hunting?
I think Rest Assured's going to fare with a 75% healing totem buff. People have said good things about Rest Assured. I don't know. Chuck seemed to believe it could be enough. It's 75% healing tide, right? 75% healing tide. I don't think healing tide does crazy amounts. There are really good changes for Totemic as well, because they also buffed in PvE like chain heal, or not. Well, it was chain, and it was also healing rain, right? Yeah, the change to Red today is tough. I still think Red will be good though. Yeah, we got our internet died for an hour and a half or so, and then I ended up contacting them, and like it didn't come back on its own. I had to contact them to get it to come back. They had scheduled maintenance, but it didn't like. Then I had to like do stuff with my modem to get it to work. Do a tier list? Yeah, I'd like to actually. I mean, there's a lot of changes. Big winners, I think. Marks Hunter, Windwalker Monk, because they weren't nerfed at all, and they're really good already. I think Fire Mage still a big winner, even though it lost its buffs. It's still really, really good. I think Rogue's really, really good. Like, I mean, okay, I'm just gonna do like really, really basic stuff right now because I'm in the middle of doing this at the same time. But if I was just making like just S tier for tomorrow, the really easy winning specs, not taking into account other things. I think Fire Mage is a winning spec. I think Sub Rogue is a winning spec. I think Shadow Priest is like the big winning spec for a couple reasons, but definitely. I think where's Mox at? Mox Hunter, and where's Windwalker Monk at? These are your big DPS winners, I think. I think these specs will own. And then for healers, I don't know. I still think Mistweaver seems fucking crazy. I don't know about HP. Like I bet they are, but I just don't know enough about them. I mean, if I had to build a tier list, Holy and Ren to A tier, like Unholy is either the bottom of A tier or it's B tier. Top of B tier. It's one of those two. I mean, Priest, I suspect Priest is really high up, but because they got some really good changes as well. But I don't know if they got changes that are quite crazy enough. Void maybe.
Do not worry about your.
There are four of us there now, waiting for
Nalarak, the dreamer, the lower of war will test their strength. They have shares only as strong as their
Where's this guy at?
warriors. So you too will be tested in Nalarak's dream. The Loa dreams of the Emanis past, when their winter was their only foe. Preparing for it will be your first trial.
It's a guy in the Silverman. Good. I think Prez will do really well with the changes they've got. So Rit was 100% S-tier before the final verdict change today. The final verdict change adjusts the value proposition of their changes in general. They may still very well be really good with those changes, but it isn't like a straight line up anymore because they lost stuff too. Namely, this guy's left. What the fuck, man? Ow. So the big drop they've had with this, the downside is now your Divine Toll hits for less. They made a really obvious trade though. They made Divine Toll hit for less, but at the same time as they did that, they buffed Final Verdict by enough, and it's a choice note between Big Toll and Big Final Verdict. So it was gonna be super easy. Oh. Wait, if you send the bird, it takes away your fucking offering?
Well done. You just might survive.
How did I change the cooldowns and action bars? How did I do that? I use an item called Action Bars Enhanced. Yeah, Shadow Priest is gonna cook pretty hard. I mean, they still have that nerf there. They lost like 4% damage. They gained, they lost 4% and it's AoE. Like, so they lost, it's more than 4% AoE, but it's like they lost 4% damage total, I think. But a lot of that is pad AoE, and they gained 7% all damn, so like single target included. They're obviously way better off, and they were already good. So that's interesting. I think Priest will be, you know, really, really good with that change. Which of the comps that they end up working out with, I don't know.
resources will keep you alive.
I mean, I don't know if it's not. I mean, it becomes harder to understand whether it's better off or worse off with that change. It's just harder to understand. I assume it's hard to say. It's genuinely very hard to say whether they're better or worse off.
In their winter, there were those like the Hordmanga, whose greed burdened others. The Ermani Hashe used their most trusted warriors to eliminate them, for the good of the tribe.
Dim is enough for it with that change, that last change. Yeah, I mean, it's brutal. That the crazy part is it's basically like I don't think Blizzard intended for any of this shit. I think it's they are a casualty of a last minute pull, and then that makes the changes that used to offset not enough. But yeah, Shadow Priest is gonna be fucking crazy. It was originally compensation, but then they changed the PvE buff to only a 15% buff to Final Verdict instead of a 30% buff. It was gonna be like you just changed to Final Verdict in PvP and it was gonna be great. Because there is a talent you can play in the Templar tree that just basically takes Final Verdict damage. So they had the option just to play a Final Verdict build, and they would have done fine. It would have been a buffed build. So now they got cooked. Is blood viable?
Well done. Like a living
Your guess is as good as mine. It's possible.
The tribe survive for now.
I mean, it's not cooked now. It's harder to understand how much, if they're better or worse off. I guess there's a lot of things to process, and the thing is that Final Verdict is the same as it was before now, but your top damage is nerfs now. Your top damage in this case being the thing that was crazy was, you know, Divine Toll. Divine Toll's not enough 15%, which was previously fine, but now it's a little bit less fine because your Final Verdict, the build you would have gone to, is not as good. So it's not cooked. It's not a buff anymore. It went from being a buff to being enough, I think. For what it's worth, I think the Divine Toll thing was the burstiest thing in the game. But we're talking PvP here. We're not in PvE. It's just a straight buff. There is no offset. The reason for the offset in this case is because yeah, there's a PvP offset of 15%. And PvE they needed help, so they only got buffed.
Seasons in Deloa's mine are changing. All you can do is take shelter from the rising winds.
Uh-oh. We're fine, but so I deleted my ability to backpedal a long time ago. It's bound to outbreak for me. It has been a point of regret for me to do that. We're in too deep now, but a long time ago, people thought it was always just like, you know, it was never optimal to do it, and it's kind of true, but it's very awkward. I mean, technically you can run and strafe backwards, but it's not as precise to do that. It's like technically, you know, if I wanted to go straight back, I would just do this, and I can look the other way while I'm running. But it's still, you know, it's awkward. Is it possible to do this? Once you pull this thing, does it stop doing the winds? I think it does. I think this dude does the winds. On tanks, it's especially bad to not have backpedal bounds. On tanks, you need to be able to... Shit. You need to, like, reposition mobs. So, like, if I'm trying to reposition, like, and go backwards here, like, I can do it, right? Like, we're doing it. But if I want the mob to not freak out and run through me, it can be more helpful. Like, this is my... I have arrow key backpedal, but tanks definitely backpedal a good amount. And the slower aspect of the backpedal itself is legitimately good, because you want the mobs to not go too quickly and run past everyone. But yeah, to answer your question, no, I can't backpedal.
The winter do not care who you are. Hashe, elder, child beggar, it is all.
Yeah, team.
Impressive. You have proved your strength and endurance. But what about your loyalty? Come back to the fire. Your last trial awaits you.
Is that Magneton fucking stuff? Oh shit. Grouping these is actually kind of difficult. This is a bit of pain for everyone.
What took you so long, eh? Deloa will not fight me without you.
Hold. Before you face Deloa, you must face and kill me.
Leadership requires sacrifice, even of the things we cherish.
Miss Amos.
Well done,
Moose.
Hello.
Amaneko.
Moose.
You
Miss.
have
Are you
Yes.
ready for
They
Red
try
Warrior Munchlop?
take the bread and
I'd rather get
Yalawa.
stunned by an army of mosquitoes.
True, true.
She has died honorably, but the death of those loyal to me, that is my burden. It will be yours as Hashe.
I'll give you cover.
Away, unworthy! Cannot escape the claws of the War God!
Help!
Supposed to get rank 7 with what's it called too, right?
Rage will fight.
Singularity. That gives like an insane trinket. Is that true?
Get behind me!
Well done. Your strength rivals mine. Oh, the dream ends.
All right, Void's got to do. Too good for tanks, I think. Maybe. Maybe not. Story is saved too. All right. is like, I don't know what my main will be in the end. Could be my main, I suppose, hypothetically. What the fuck? Why does it say I have... so many of these things? Uh-huh. Do I have 3 of these things in the back? Fucking way, right? It did have 3 in the bank. It's kind of bad.
Return when you need more.
I kept buying those things. I just didn't need to. Well, it would have been fine, but I filled up, but I don't care about gas. I level them all that kind of crap. PvP is fine. I've been doing these in PvP every time. Tell your stream to stop lagging. Is my stream lagging for anyone? If my stream is lagging, I apologize. I don't... What quality are you watching in? Out of curiosity. You? Okay. I mean, I'm using I am streaming technically at 1440, so like I'm always curious as to which. You know, I haven't had any frame drops, but I wouldn't be surprised if it has issues every so often. Do you think Rit Fury will be viable this season? Well, Rit got nerfed. I mean, yeah, it probably would be. To be honest, yeah, viable 100%. Whether it's good, ideal, optimal, that's a different story. But yeah.
That behemoth will take more than just you. Gather some help and take care of it.
Okay.
Do as you like. Just make sure it's entertaining. Let the combat begin!
Mythic Plus is not until next week. No. Tomorrow is going to be Delve opening plus raid, like heroic and normal plus PvP. The full PvP release is tomorrow. However, PvP is not going to be what you expected. Probably. Good chance. I have had received confirmation that there is no bloody token farm anymore. Bloody tokens are no longer useful. They're for catch up. They're for honor gear. It's an alternative way to catch up. So when you have an ult that has no PvP gear, you can use bloody tokens to catch up, or to pick better stats, I guess, potentially. But in terms of allegedly, it's intentional that the eye level does not scale up like it did previously. So now, when it comes to gearing tomorrow, you'll be able to have many more ults if you want to, because gearing is simply queuing arena or BGs or blitz. That's it. Or shuffle. There's no longer anything else you do. I think Bloody Token Farm was very time consuming. So now you just log on straight into arena. Bloody tokens were actually kind of shit. Yeah, I don't think they're actually good for the game. It's one of the things that I wonder if it was actually legit, like a detriment. I wonder if there was such thing as like you received so much gear at the start of the season, and now you don't. Bloody token gear is going to exist, but it does not scale above. So it scales to 276, which is honor eye level. It does not scale above 276.
What you think of should be a perfect warm-up. Show me your value.
I mean, I don't think it's much higher for war mode. It might be ideal to have the 204 set if you're doing world PvP. Maybe there's some sort of value in that, but I doubt many people will bother with it. It's obviously like optimal, or I would say it's ideal in situations. This is interesting. This is a big pull. I would say it's probably ideal in situations where you are on like an ult that you don't want to have to, like, you want to use your honor on other shit. So on your ult you can use the war mode gear to gear up, so you can like do world quests and basically get honor from it, but not honor you can spend on your sockets. So it's still useful. Right, Mythic Plus is next week. What they're doing this week is they're allowing you to do Mythic Zeros every day. So the Mythic Zeros reset daily now. So you can do a lot more of those if you want to. If you're like looking to get, I don't know if there's like insane trinkets or anything from some of them, but it gives you options to bang out slightly bit of gear, I guess. Do I have to kill? Oh, you have to kill all trash. Oops. So yeah, tomorrow. I don't know what eye level Conquest gear is as well. Is Conquest gear champion eye level? This is veteran. Oh, so champ is normal raid gear, maybe? Normal is champ, right? Champ 246. That's not bad. PvP gear is not bad for gearing up for Mythic Zeros and shit. Like, I think PvP actually could be an important way to do things. That's kind of crazy. I'm a fan. You don't get much of it though. Yeah, I've heard that. I haven't bothered with it, but I've heard that. And that's normal eye level gear, right? Champ. And then heroics, just hero tier. Let me see what currency we can get right now. So we get adventurers and veterans, Dawn Chris. I have fuck all of either of them. I don't know he's dead now. I don't believe so.
Cannot let this defeat you. Over here.
Unholy's really good. Unholy was supposed to get nerfed. At least half of that nerf is irrelevant. Like the first 10%, you needed that. That's guaranteed. No question whatsoever in anyone's mind. The first 10% of that was a nerf that needed to happen, not optional.
I expect you to at least provide him with some.
The question is how much of the rest. I mean, it's possible there's in some situations they'll still bang, right? I think you get like completely destroyed by HPEL. I don't think that's going to change. You already got destroyed by HPEL. HPEL, let me look real quick. What else did HPEL get? Holy Pell and Just Reward. That doesn't do that much. I don't know how important this Divine Vision change is. How important is this? Maybe that's important. Windwalker? Maybe. Honestly, Windwalker Monks are a class that do really well right now, but for a different reason. I think Windwalker Monk will actually get a lot weaker once they have the almost every other spec in the game right now. When they use their offensive cooldowns, it's really obvious through UI when they use them. Windwalker Monks are currently disguised. You can't see when they pop their CDs because the built-in UI doesn't actually include them. So Blizzard has to pick which buffs and debuffs are important. You can't filter them yourself anymore. So like when a mage pops combustion, it's a big it's an important debuff. It's flagged as an important debuff, so you can see that they pop combustion. It's super obvious. Like the loss of weak auras does nothing. You can see exactly what mages are doing and when. But for whatever reason, one of the scariest cooldowns in the game right now is Zenith, right? From Windwalker Monks. They press it, they stomp the ground. They get to double RSK, they get a ton of burst. And right now, the only way you can see it is obviously like staring at buff frames, which is pretty outdated by today's standards, or looking for a little like stomp on the ground. Once they actually track that, you turn bright green, but so that bright green effect is not very obvious when you're being targeted because of highlight mode. You can see how this mob has a red outline around them. When you target someone with highlight mode, it makes it a bit awkward. For sure. But yeah, it's not perfect. With everything else going on, it should be flagged as an important thing. When it gets flagged as an important debuff, it will be easier to understand and react to. Their damage is fairly limited. What's this? Oh my god. Wait, that's sick. What is that transmog? Oh, you're good. I mean, I opened it. Yeah, camera as well. They just haven't included monk stuff in yet. A lot of other classes have been added in at this point. Once they add those in, monk will be. I think their wall also isn't obvious. Like all of the monk stuff is not currently added. They've got none of the good stuff yet. How do you feel about DK? I mean, I'm just excited to play, man. I don't know how good DK will be. Realistically, I'm not even really sure how important. I'm not even sure how important it is. I think I'm not gonna be res here because I got all this stuff covered anyway. Unless this kills me. It didn't even hurt me. Okay. 1600 conquest more. Not enough for weapon. There's only one way you can get weapon. Technically speaking, you can get weapon. If you use all of your conquest to buy. Actually, no. Interesting. Wait. Huh. I wouldn't recommend it. You get a free one at week 3, but technically you could you can craft a weapon. I just don't know how much yeah. I think if you're planning to PvE, I think I would rather use my sparks on weapon from PvE. Craft the PvE weapon and fully upgrade it as much as you can, and then I would rather craft like that's probably your best bet. If you're planning to do PvEs, delves, etc. Mythic Plus. I don't know how much I guess you can only probably get stuff from delves next week. The 8s. It's the best use of conquest. There's a few different options. You have a few things you're trying to do at once, right? Actually, it's like kind of like you're pressured into like 3 things. First of all, enchants. You don't want to have to do things twice, right? Enchants are expensive. You don't have to enchant things like 2 times where possible. So that's one thing. Those slots are Helm and Shoulders are the main 2 that come to mind. You also want to get sockets on your stuff. There's a few options. One of the options for that is to craft the Honor Helm tomorrow. Socket that, enchant that, and then you can just upgrade that when you want to later on. That's what I'm thinking of doing. The second thing you're pressured into doing is Tear. You want to try and you should have options to get 2 bits of Tear this first week. So you're looking at getting 2 bits of Tear for that, so you get your 2-piece. I am thinking of doing something like, oh shit, he's died. I'm thinking of, we're dying? We're all dying? What are we dying to? What's happened to our team? Mosquitoes really dig you. That's crazy. Need to focus that. That's DPS though, right? I can't really do that for them. Because this thing's trying to run to me. I tried to move in and get a risky. Might be chilling. I'm thinking I'm gonna probably craft ring, 1 ring for stats. Craft braces and belt. Uh-oh. And then buy gloves and shoulders. That's what I think I'm gonna do. That just seems ideal to me. I kill this thing? Will it kill me? I feel like I have no choice. I know I'm not supposed to, but I just don't see a choice, right? I think it fucks me up the more it's in melee of me. Yeah, belt braces are really insane.
You beat my Atroxus. Oh, how defectable. Magnificent! What a performance! Come, let me show you something more fun.
And that's what I'm thinking of doing. If you do that, you can't buy helm. If you choose to craft like what in the past, like craft like braces 2 rings or like ring neck, you have that option too. And then you have 1600 conquest. You'd buy helm plus shoulders or helm plus gloves, right? Those would be your options in that situation. So there aren't that many choices. I just don't know if I think it's worth buying PvP stuff. Like the I don't know if it's worth crafting braces belt or sorry rings and neck anymore as a priority. What embellish? I'm doing Arcana Weave, I think. It's the 20-second primary stat proc. It's not crazy. There isn't a crazy embellish. If you want mastery, there's a mastery one that's pretty good too, that they use in PvE. Or there's devouring if you want to get like a verse proc if you're like verse stacking. Well, last expansion rings were a different situation to now, because last expansion you didn't want to throw like you wanted to have sockets week 1, so you had to craft rings if you wanted to like throw sockets in. But now all rings come with sockets. You don't need like you don't socket rings anymore. They're just auto socketed. So there's no pressure, right? Rings are still like I think jewelry still are a good slot, but you definitely have options for it. Not on beta, you couldn't. The only ring in the game that has more than one socket on it and can have more than one socket on it is the one from March. Midnight Falls drops a ring. This guy that has 2 sockets. Every other ring in the game has 1. Now the items you get for honor, etc., only add to braces, belt, and helm. Yeah, way less. Way like this expansion in general is a lot less grindy. You can have a lot of ults if you want to. There's very little pushback. I suppose also a little less customizability in terms of what you can do, but no, beta. I mean, unless it's changed, well, they changed it since beta. It was not an option. I mean, I think it's harder to waste your resources too. It was way easier to waste your resources with bloody tokens. It's way harder without them. I can think of like 2 like good ways to get, and there's a bunch of like ways that I think are. I mean, I'm not even sure. Maybe getting rings early is like jewelry might not be that bad early. The only issue is like, can you socket your gear early? You know. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the fact they removed the ability to see set bonuses as well. I should pull these. I'm gonna pull them afterwards anyway. Nice, buddy. What I'm planning to do on this character specifically that I'm on right now, I'm planning to craft braces and belt, embellish them both with Arcana Weave lining. I'm planning to buy with my 1600 conquest. 175 goes towards 1 heraldry. That is to craft a ring. Don't know what stats I'm doing with that yet, but that's just so we have the ability to stack stats. We can either stack haste or mastery. Because that gives you 2 rings. Like all your jewelry is going to have whatever stat you want at that point, right? So I'm going to do that. We're going to craft a ring, braces, belt. We're going to buy gloves and shoulders and turn them both into tear. I believe. That's what I'm currently thinking. And then with honor, I think I'm crafting a helm. And then we're putting a socket in it. Maybe an engineering helm. I don't know. I have to look and see like what the situation is with that gear though. Maybe you don't want your helm for Forced, and that gets more awkward. If you want to like have PvP helm, then that might be bad, and it might. I mean, it might still be ideal to do for the first week, but it might not be ideal overall to do. I may have to replace my helm later with a tear helm. These are go into each other? Oh no, they go into this.
So weak, so underwhelming. Enjoy it. Too close. So weak.
Uh-oh.
So underwhelming.
Did
What's wrong? A little heavy. Enjoy it.
this blast mechanic goes into the black hole?
This is so fun.
Cascade into the black hole maybe? Very not alright. No, he died to the same mechanic twice, man.
Most exquisite.
You're up for that? I'm still in rank 6 of this. Is it blood in PvP bit? Did you? That's brutal, man. Just Unholy in PvP, what are your thoughts? Unholy, I think. Is there any really crazy loot from this last dungeon I haven't done? Not a row. I think I'm safe to the first boss. There's 3 yeah, it says I'm safe to it. I already have kind of, well, I'm gonna craft a ring anyway though. Which 3 specs did you pick? Based on fun and strength. If you're good at each class, I mean, 3 specs. It just changes so often. I mean, if you had the pick of, if you like, okay, I can main any spec I want and I'll be equally good at it all. I mean, obviously, historically speaking, Rogue Mage are very safe. Maybe Rogue Mage Lock are the safest 3 specs in the game. Just looking at raw history and class strength. From an enjoyability, I mean, those specs are probably pretty fun. I feel like Rogue Mage players have a good time. If you want like easier but also very fun specs, you look at things like Hunter's looking pretty good. This expansion, for example. This guy's done, I think. I think I'm happy with that. Very close to Onicapped.
Wake up, mess. Buff MM. That's it. Release the MM weapon.
What weapon? What? What weapon is that, man? How many 90s do I have? We have a lot, for sure. I mean, I relish the opportunity to play a lot of WoW for sure. I enjoy it. I don't know if it's fair to call it my job. I'm fortunate, very fortunate to be able to support my family with it, but I don't know. I was playing it for a long time before that. I think if I never got the opportunity to play, maybe I'd have less time to do it, but oh no. Oh no. That was a text to speech. Mosquito. It turns out.
NM.
God damn it, man. So I have one character left to give.
Treat my wares with care.
Can't really do anything just yet anyway. I leveled, yeah, at least partially via delves every time. Did I have a weapon of any type? Counts as a weapon. I think I have to buy some shitty BOEs. I guess I have some. Middle scale, that one scale. Scale. Cheapest one that's above 190. That's fine. Oh no, we're chilling. We're good. I mean, it's super cheap stuff. Buy the cheapest stuff we can just to like have gear that scales. This might already be fine. Apparently I have 1,000 on it too. All right. If anyone would like to do some
no,
BGs,
MMBus are coming
pass
for
me
you.
lead if you could. Rookie. God damn it. God actual damn it, man. So is that fucking mosquito, man. The mosquito's making me sick, you think? Maybe. I really don't want to waste that much for this. I think it's worth it. I'm gonna do the. We'll do like kind of like the lap of things. Oh, I mean traded. Thank you. Helps a lot. We have space for 2 people. Ideally, a healer would be good. We'll do Alliance first, Ricky. Because I'm gonna be right back while we're in queue in a sec. I'm just gonna like take my phone with me to make sure I don't miss the queue. I don't mind this first queue being a sec. I haven't transmogged. I figure I'm gonna probably transmog to whatever the PvP sets are. I'm not in a huge rush. All right, queuing it up. I will be right back while we're in queue. All right, we gotta buff up and stuff. No good game. Could be one of the main comps for DK. Could happen. Winokas look good. Double MS around healers would be if it was good, it'd be good because it runs the healers probably.
Oh no, May. The box of buffs you ordered is here. Less than.
Spec am I playing? I don't even have AoE Flame Shock. Huh. Interesting. Zap. Apparently losing. My damage is really weird. A chain? Yeah, this is good. This feels very strange. I haven't Voltape Blitz. Maybe I don't even care about it. Is there still a PvP talent to make your shit fast? No, there's not. Few bits to get out and scaling. Braces. And boots and gloves. Help a tiny bit. Ooh, that was a big Tempest. I don't actually know what procs Tempest though. We probably need to see that we actually have Tempest. Do I have Tempest right now? Or I don't even know. Earthshock's proccing it. Let's transform now. Lots of zap noises. Do we still have Surge of Power? Does it exist? I would say from a BG standpoint, it seems more fun so far than like everything but Hunter that I've played. Especially considering this is a game with no gear yet. I think for us to be fine in shuffle, I don't necessarily be considered good. You need a lot of like the reason why those types of specs tend to be awkward is that like it's hard to guarantee games will end on your terms. Like you have good control of the kills, but you don't synergize super well with a lot of specs. So is it like as good as like for example, you know, a class of the Mortal Strike? Probably not. All you made every expansion, this new version, it does have a lot of pets. Can't argue with that. Alright, this one is a loss. We learned a bit. Spec was actually surprisingly good. a good amount of mastery coming our way, but this should fix their scaling. Right. You play a lot of Mastery Verse, yeah. I would recommend it. Tito. We are alive. Our incident died for a bit for some reason. Like an hour or so. Actually, I can't lust, and I am the only lust. I can't lust myself. Oh, wait, I have a fire. Wait. Hold up. I have a fire at least somewhere. Where is it? You're not? Oh no, it auto summons when I use a sand. Okay. Getting blasted in this game, but we're still 2-capping. We should go across the base we just lost, maybe? Because I don't see them holding off. Unless it's like tanks holding off at mines. I mean, they don't even have the base, so this is all good, I think. Race position is good. Really enjoyable. I mean, in this game, we're getting kind of cooked in team fights, so it doesn't mean super fun. But being real. There's quite a few going to here.
Amos. Mosquito trivia. What do
Okay.
the mosquitoes use the blood for? Incorrect answer will result in the release of the mosquitoes.
They praise his food, do they not? What else they use it for? I eat blood for fun. It is blasting us in every team fight, it seems. Well, you have to wait for their uptime, the service amount.
Hey, miss. That was incorrect.
Ah, shit.
They use the protein in the blood to develop their eggs. Dunny,
Did you say
release the
Provine?
mosquitoes.
Ah, shit. Really going for it. Oh, Tempest is on my damn. The song is Cold Skins Midas Remix. Anyone like following along with the DLSS 5 shit that's being posted everywhere? So basically what happened was NVIDIA like seems to have released this really crazy tech that does pretty insane shit, but everyone's pissed off about it. It's really bizarre. I mean, people pissed off. There's a whole bunch of like I guess they did like a tech demo. I don't know if I can find it. Everyone's super pissed off. And I don't understand what there is to be pissed off at. Well, I get the people who are pissed off at AI, but I just don't know. Like it's basically like they added an additional level of detail in beyond like ultra for each game, you know? I mean, you don't have to use it if you don't want to, is the reason why I'm confused by it. Why people are so upset at it. I understand like the artists themselves might feel threatened by it, but the way it basically works is this. Artists can put in hooks that kind of guide the AI to upscale it in a particular way. So they can pretty much like tell it how to upscale it, how it should upscale it to make it look better and make it look like, so yeah, I don't know. It sounds good for everything. It basically adds in, so whatever game you're creating, you know, you create your best possible graphics for that game, right? With your engine, and then you have the option to add an additional set of settings above that. You just have the ability to go ultra realistic with whatever you do, and you can tell it how it should do it. Like it has hooks in it to allow you to make it look ultra realistic however you want it to. Like you can describe how it should look. So you can make it look however you want. It just gives them the ability. Like, I think people don't realize that the things that have been released so far, it's not automatic. It's not just like upscale. They've gone in and they've described how it should look, and that's why it comes out that way. The models have to be, it's like for every single asset you have the ability to put in that extra layer if you want to. But it's optional. You know, you don't have to, if you'd rather, you know, play the game in lower detail, you have that option. It's crazy because I feel like Nvidia probably thought it was like some crazy transformative thing, but people are just going crazy because they hate AI stuff. It's actually like, it seems ultra groundbreaking. I feel like games have looked the same for the last like 10 years. They haven't, you know, like I think things rapidly improved over time. And then you got to a point, maybe it was 10 years ago, maybe it was more than 10 years ago, where the level of detail you could actually put into a model went down drastically, because when you think about it, if you're doing it by hand manually, it's just hard to put that level of detail into things. On a game where you've got many character models. So like to me, like I would say, like this is an example of one of the things they're using, right? the top image is pretty much how games have looked for 10 years now, maybe more. Not, it's not like it's obviously like relatively detailed, but it's pretty much what things have looked like. Maybe it's more than 10 years now, 12 years. And the bottom is like not necessarily better, but there's a shitload more detail there. Like there's like like you can see like lines under her nose, near her mouth and stuff. That's substantially more detailed. It's obviously doing more than that though, because you can see in the like the top right of the image, the thing that says cigarettes has been like changed. It's much more perfect in the second one. So there's more to it than that, but detail wise it's pretty crazy. That is like, you know, top is like 2015 graphics, bottom is like, that is groundbreaking as fuck. And people are pissed about it. But the AI is, the way it's worked is they've described how they want it to look, and that's why it spat that out. They aren't, I think people don't understand how they've done this. Looks like generic AI shit. How? The actual model is being described by the devs of that game. For the tech demo, they've literally had them go through and describe that. It's not auto-generated. They've put their model there and then they've said what it should look like, how it should improve it. They could have chosen, like, it's part of the tech demo. Like they basically say you can improve that, you can the software developers can change it however they want. It's an extra layer that's added on top. So they chose to make it look like, quote, generic AI shit. It's not NVIDIA that did it. The tech demo got passed across and they modified it to, that's how they used it. But it's their choice, right? Like the artist is involved in this, is my point. The artist did this. It's not like you take any art and then apply the AI to it and then it does that. They can describe how they want the art to look, how they want the art style to kind of function, like how they want to, like there are choices that have been made there by the artist to upscale it in that way. Does that make sense? It's not just ChatGPT like fucking enhance this image. They've gone through and described, oh, she's gonna have like roots in her hair and all that kind of thing. It just looks like I mean, it doesn't look too realistic to me. It's not even in a weird place with it. I look at that and it actually looks completely groundbreaking. That's just what I mean. How there's got to be a step between where games are right now and pure realism, right? You get to that point. Would it be a bad thing to play through a game that you're actually playing through a movie eventually? I mean, I feel like that's inevitable at some point, right? And you're just kind of at that transitional point. You can't. It's not just that; it's everything. They've already been doing the rest of it. Most of what's being done here is lighting. So the number of points at which the face reacts to light has been massively improved, and how that affects every part of the face. For example, I mean, it's at, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's crazy. The difference is giant. I don't even know how they're able to do that live, but that is unbelievably groundbreaking. There's light inflections coming off of like hairs on his face, man. I mean, yeah, I don't know. That's not just upscaled. It's crazy. Yeah, but that's fine. You don't have to use it, right? That's like saying we shouldn't make games look better because some people might not like it. It's still just moving. You want to push things forward. They haven't pushed things forward in a long time. Games have looked relatively the same for about 10 years now. And I think the reason they've looked about the same for 10 years now is because it's just too expensive to have like a developer could do hyper realistic models, right? but every single one of them is so expensive for them to do. They just don't have that kind of time. You know, you make it, you push it. What's game dev time? 1 to 3 years, maybe in most cases. You can't justify putting photorealistic models in that kind of time scale, right? They got to move on to other things. So this is like the next step in that. So you don't have to use it. I've heard this uncanny valley effect. I don't know what that means. Psychological phenomenon where humanoid robot CGI dolls look almost but not quite human. Elicit feelings of airiness, discomfort, revulsion. I guess. I mean that tracks with human nature on any kind of like there's pushback on anything that's change. That's human nature, right? If you're forced to learn something new, that elicits that same kind of thing. So it kind of tracks, but I don't think that's a reason to not release it. You're also just not forced to use it. If it makes you feel that way, genuinely, just don't push the button that says DLSS 5. Point where graphics good enough to have it comes with it looks great. I don't know, man. So you're saying they just shouldn't move forward at all? Just leave it where it's at? It's good enough? Huh. I guess I could. I mean, it's a fair point. And everyone's at their own, like, so like WoW, for example, is a good example of like, I don't think WoW's graphics look bad at all, right? I think they look really good, but WoW's graphics are quite dated. It's like an art style that I think works really well for them. But that doesn't mean I don't think that they should try to do photorealistic shit. Well, this is not so. Right, so Sigma, the company that's releasing this, doesn't do that stuff. That is not Nvidia's business. That's like getting angry at, like, I don't know, Pepsi for like fucking fries at McDonald's, right? They are different companies, they do different things. They have nothing to do with physics. Nvidia don't make game engines. Nvidia are concerned with presenting graphics. That's what they do. They have nothing to do with the rest of the game dev side of things. Physics is game engine related stuff. Yeah, I mean, game design, that's a fair point. I'm not arguing that. It's just that, like, people are getting pissed at Nvidia for their thing, and they obviously have nothing to do with that stuff. They are responsible partially for the AI stuff, like the AI, like, kind of gold rush that's happening, but it seems like a pretty crazy. It seems like a glimpse of the future in terms of games graphics, I think. I mean, it's really just taking what they already did with. So previously AI was like heavily focused on terrain. Like DLSS was really good at upscaling like just terrain to make it look good. And it was heavily focused on like how lighting would affect that terrain. That's what the Quake demo was back however long ago it was. Or it would have been 2019 or so. When they did like a Quake, they upscaled Quake 2, and the way that like the game looked because of DLSS was pretty wild. And this is just them taking that same and applying it, like going way further with it pretty much. I feel like there are certain games that would be crazy with insane graphics though. I don't think all games. But to be fair, that same tech can be used on other art styles. Like you could use that same tech on WoW's art style and it would still have it would work on some levels. They can just have it. I mean, you can tell the AI to not break. Like you could probably do that in like an anime style if you wanted to. With that too. But I don't know. I think for some titles it could be really, really crazy. So we're winning this now. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I look at that and I'm just like, that is so crazy to me. Because you have to understand how impossible that is. It's obviously not impossible from like there are hyper realistic artists, right? But it is not practical for game dev. It would never happen on its own. It's not practical. The only way you're going to get things to that kind of level of fidelity and detail on every single model is if you are using, like, if you're taking a whole bunch of generics or generating shit. It just isn't practical to take, you know, a game has, let's say 500 different character models in it or more, right? It isn't practical to go through every single one of them and then add every bit of detail. It just isn't. That is not a real thing. That is impossible. You just don't have the kind of time to do that. The ants are not doing it because they can't. They aren't capable of it. People have been doing hyper realistic drawings forever. I mean, there are tech limitations to it as well, but it just isn't. It wasn't going to happen in gaming, but for this. Yeah, I mean, I get that people don't like AI. This is a side of AI that I'm surprised though, because I feel like people, I don't know. I guess NVIDIA can't really win at this point. Because like people are pissed off because NVIDIA wasn't making anything to do with games, and then they made things to do with games that actually put more of, like, you know, like if you look at it in terms of like, what, you know, how can NVIDIA improve their product? Graphics is a big part of that. Like the graphical fidelity of what they produce is a huge part of that. And they delivered that, and people are pissed. You know, like there's no. It's possible they should just drop the fucking AI part of it. Well, they kind of did though, because it's DLSS. They didn't call it, you know. It's effectively algorithmic upscaling, but it's gone a bit further than that, because they're allowing people to describe, which means that it's contextually upscaling instead of just like taking a, you know, normal upscaling is taking pixels and then like sampling based on pixels around them to then try and upscale them, right? That's how upscaling downscaling works. And then in this case, you're able to describe an object, and because it's using its own like neural net, it can then figure out how that should look. It's pretty crazy shit. The red glow, that is done through my Better Blitz Frames is doing that, I believe. It should be in the middle options. I'll open them in a bit. So there's me top down now. I'm not sure I'm supposed to NS. I have NS, but I'm not sure what it's actually for. Yeah, but if they're trying to sell a new GPU, they need to have like. I mean, I saw the same criticisms of the 50 series, right? There's only so much they can do with that. They can't just be like, okay, well now there's more. You've got more shader cores or whatever, like, or more CUDA cores, or more like, or faster memory, or like those things don't do anything. Because to be honest, most people don't have it access. Like, so game designers aren't incentivized to make better looking games because most people don't have the hardware to run those games. So when NVIDIA can put out a piece of, like in this case, a piece of software that for people that have the hardware to use it can just have better looking graphics, it's such a crazy thing for them. Because right now, like, you know, game is like eventually, like whenever NVIDIA releases a new piece of hardware, the adoption rate, it's like 5 or 6 years or more, right? But you're just now getting to the point where people have 3080 level compute, and 3080 was 2020, so 5 years, and your 5070 is still worse than a 3080. You know, 2 generations later. So it's not really fair for Blizzard, or it's not for Blizzard, for any game dev to design a game around having that type of technology, because most people don't have it, right? So when they can put out a product like this, where it's like, well, if you have the cutting edge shit, it looks different for you. You have that option. Then suddenly, now buying the shiny new GPU makes more sense. So it's pretty crazy. Because before they were basically putting out stuff that, like, eventually, you know, years and years down the line, when people, you know, when suddenly, you know, 2 generations from now, you can assume that everyone has 3080 level compute, and at that point, you can design games that use roughly 3080 compute. But you can't leverage better stuff other than like basically running stuff at higher resolutions and shit, which has limitations. The way it's worked out for the last while has basically been better GPU equals you can run it 4K, pretty much. This is like better GPU is the game also looks drastically different because it's hyper realistic because of tech you're able to use. I mean, it may not even be practical. For all I know, if you try and play in the hyper realistic, you may have to actually have like really crazy GPU. You may have to have, like, you know, a 5090 to do anything with that. Reset. Servers go down in hour and 45 minutes. I can get weapon after this game, I think. I'll get stronger, but I don't know. I mean, Ellie's weird. I want to get a random win, and then I want to do a hot mogu. You should be able to transfer honor over after reset. Yes, that is my understanding of how things are working. How's Ellie feel? I mean, I'm playing the Casa build. Feels alright. We were also like undergeared. Nah, it's all good. It's not a problem. It's not really. It's certainly not the problem. So we have one int option, two int options. It's a shield.
May the eternal sun guide you.
I can disenchant this guy thing, right? I guess you can spec this into disenchanting. Low somewhere? I do.
Many deals for a friend of the Gummels, like you. Good fortune to our friends.
I think that's everything. Oh, apparently the person. Ah. So when they describe how it's supposed to look, they actually can literally put in. It's like supposedly that person in the thing, like they basically use the model of the person they molded the actual like in-game model from to shape the AI, like the way it looks in DLSS 5. So as an input, they literally just use the reference material to upscale it. So it's literally not even, that's crazy. That's actually fucking ridiculous. You probably can do with the script. I use Movini for it. It's just easier. I don't have a need for scripts anymore, really, for the most part. I just grab Movini. Gives you lots of options with that kind of thing. You have any buffs or debuffs on nameplates? Yeah. So I use for my buffs and debuffs, like for like well, I have my default ones in there. Like on Shaman, my flame shock and stuff is all showing by default, but for like CC and important buffs, that's being done through an add-on called MVQ UI, but you could also use mini CC for it too. I want to have a fight somewhere. My weapon now. And someone asked before about honor gear, what I plan to do with enchants and stuff. I think tomorrow you send that shit. Garing's gonna be slow this time. I didn't know exactly how much we had to enchant, but realistically, for a lot of people, I don't think there's a huge downside to enchanting your like chest, legs, helm, depending on how maybe you plan to get one of those with Conquest. But for me personally, I'm planning to buy, I think, gloves and shoulders for Tear in week 1. And if I do that, then I'm happy to enchant pretty much everything. Apparently the Conquest cap is 1600. There is no bloody token situation anymore. That is gone. Bloody tokens are no longer of value. You get Congress, yeah, you do eventually. But yeah, because it's gonna be, I think Garen will be slow this time. Oh, the fall cap, man. It doesn't hit very hard. I mean, I do okay. I don't know what they stack stat wise, Rock. Certainly you can change between things more easily if you play, like, for example, if you use crafted rings, you can change those often. But how many sparks? I think you have 3 right now or something. PvP Christmas presents every Tuesday. What were those? Oh, you mean vaults? I kind of do. Well, I thought vaults were kind of fun. I would say PvP vaults seem better than the current system. Yeah. Capped. It's actually like super important. I mean, PvP capping your vote was not super hard. I don't know. I thought it was definitely more fun. Oh, we're probably supposed to NS Tempest. I think that's allowed. People done. Happy Wednesday, Cookie. So we have Volts next week, right? For PvE. I played faster on beta and I liked it. They buffed this build a lot though, I think, tomorrow. Did they not? This build's like very buffed. Braz, put in the 9-month resub. How long has we been play for rating? When servers come up today? Allegedly, server's not down that long, but I don't know. Supposed to only gone down for 4 hours today. Servers go down in an hour and a half. So 5.5 hours from now. Apparently. Fair enough. When's the next vacation? I mean, you might see some just overtune shit that's OP today. Maybe Rhett doesn't make it though. Well, that sounds nice. This guy's just solo holding. The 5K, man. I mean, I think 5.5 hours or so. Apparently. Now they're actually holding the fight. It's game over. We need to 5K ourselves now. You gonna see me cast it? It's got a proc, right? Yep. I think Bloody Token Gear is useless. I think you're supposed to NS it where you can. It's actually crazy. I didn't think about that. Because there's no Mythic Plus, right? I mean, you can also clear the raid on Heroic, right? We do have that information. It was that way on beta, but I also talked to someone who may or may not know exactly what they're talking about on that, and they said it was intentional. No, Bloody Token Gear doesn't exist. Like Bloody Token Gear is you're talking about Bloody Token Gear, right? Bloody Token Gear comes out tomorrow, but it's just 276. It's on a gear. There's no right. Basically, they didn't want to have people have to grind. It makes it's such a nice change. Bloody Token Gear wasn't a kindness, I don't think. It meant that every character had to do so much grinding week 1. And it was temporary gear too, was the worst part. It wasn't even perma. For heaven's, someone's trying to give me a win. Are we queuing with no healers in our group? Oh, we're queuing 0 healers. That is probably why we're getting cooked. I mean, I just gotta get a healer, and I didn't realize. If we're queuing 0 healers, yeah, I mean that makes sense. Like healers are obviously like. I was gonna get a healer in. I mean, I think what's making this painful is the fact that we have 0 healers. So we're getting puck healers every time. I swear, Alliance we win every game, but we just like queuing 5 DPS, which is like worse than queuing solo. Pretty much. Bloody Token Game? I'm not sure. I doubt it's 246. Maybe. If anyone's gonna heal us, we need to heal up for these PGs. Yeah, I guess I could heal. I don't really want to heal though. I don't think it's at the same time. From what first perspective is it unfair that Annie gets to start the raid tier first? By the way, I mean, it's a super complicated question because ultimately, I don't know if the world first race would work very well if they started at the same time. It's a valid talking point, but it's also just like the reason why the world first race works so well, in my opinion, is the fact that it is cross region. If it was so like if the world first guild and the world second guild were both EU, I think it would be dog shit. I think the reason why the race works so well is because you have NA do their time, and then EU continues on, and it like kind of passes back and forth. It's like a festival that goes, 18 hours a day, 19 hours a day. It's crazy. But the fact that they're like kind of both streaming to their own peak, their own region at peak times, makes it way better. if they start at the same time, are we implying the idea that they'd be, you know, they'd have to go at the same time always, right? Is that good? Probably not. Just alienate half of EU's time, half of NA's time. Let's say if you try and start at a pretty even time, you just alienate your region half the time. There's no such thing as fairness here, but also like, they don't like. Let's say Blizzard offered a prize pool up, it would kill the race instantly as well. But if you, I mean, this is an there. It's an unofficial contest. There is no prize for winning the world first. Corpse. If people choose to believe that you win because they won within a certain time period, that's up to them. It's not official, right? There is no there are no rules. There's such thing as winning indisputably, and there's such thing as winning not so indisputably, right? Like there are times where like one of the teams that wins because they had a favorable nerf at a time that was better for them, and there are times that you know, one guild wins within a certain time window, and that therefore means that, like, you know, did they really win? But it's not official, and nor would they want it to be official. If they made it, if Blizzard made it official, the race would immediately die. It's special because of what it is, like the way that it's built, the fact that it's exactly one NA guild and one EU guild that are kind of like part of the main race. I mean, there's obviously like method involved too. It makes it work. It's a very delicate thing, I think. Yeah, I am, Matt. You wanna come along? Yeah, I'll queue up here. It's on IBGs. The world first could make a little money from the exposure. So in raw streaming terms, the number of hours they stream and the number of hours watched they accumulate over the course of the 2 weeks is enormous. So like normally you look at like something like Worlds, right? Let's say like Riot does Worlds. With Riot, they're streaming for only a couple hours a day, right? Maybe a broadcast day is like 6 to 7 hours. The world first race is 20. It's actually on. The stream is actually on 24/7 for those 2 weeks. Sometimes more than that. And the active time, they're actually doing stuff. They'll have like shows before and after. They have like a morning show, an evening show, like an after dark show on both guilds. It's like the hours watched of Worlds, and you think about how much money goes into those. It's a pretty crazy production in terms of that. They are sponsors are very interested in the kind of exposure they get from those types of events. Is this you, Matt? But they aren't paid directly. Like it's all because they're just like basically, you know, you look at the value proposition to a sponsor of like say Worlds, and then consider that they can provide that at a better price. That kind of exposure at a better price. The amount of people that go through it and stuff as well is enormous. And they're also like, yeah, they wouldn't want Blizzard to get involved. Let's just say that much. Blizzard wouldn't pay enough to justify it at all. And Blizzard are happy with it the way it is too. It's huge exposure, free exposure for Blizzard. ARMS is not crazy right now. I don't think. Obviously he's getting some nice buffs, but Yeah, I mean, they make fucked up money from it for sure. And the event is paid for technically by sponsors, I think. So the rest is like they're giving. Yeah, I mean they do a good thing for sure. Devour is pretty. It does seem interesting. Problem is, an arena it gets stopped. It gets shut down so hard. Feels kind of bad in BGs too. If you you like get enough to transform, then you get stopped. I assume you're not playing 100 soul transform, right? For BGs, if that's the case. Yeah. Oh, no, you. Yeah, you aren't. And only it's really crazy with 100, but. Yeah, it's hard to transform 100, and it's really frustrating to die when you're at like 50 or 60. You can, but it's easy to die, and then you just get trolled. It's interesting, actually, Chip. Did you see the thing that came out recently? So he said, "So sad Blizzard ruined the goodwill of BFA. Could have easy crowdfunding with mounts, toys, pets, etc." Did you see the thing from who is it? Guy from Overwatch recently, Jeff Kaplan. Did you see his part? He had some interesting insight into that. So around the time that Blizzard pulled their big scam on ABC, was around, it lined up kind of roughly with the time that Jeff was being told that he had to make a certain amount of money, or he was going to have like 1,000 of his staff laid off. So it sounds like it's not like it sounds like it was the CFO at Blizzard at that time that fucked everyone over. Because it lines up exactly with that timeline. At the same time, he's telling Jeff he's gonna fire his entire team, pretty much. Season should start in like 4 hours, 5 hours from now. I think it's 4 hour downtime and it starts in an hour. Hey Riley. Pulling a 24-hour stream? Nah, probably not this time. I don't know if it's us anymore. Maybe we'll do like a longer stream if Aaron's okay with it later on, but I don't think I'd do 24. It's different now a little bit with it's a different season for sure. Different kind of experience streaming and all the things that have happened. Hopefully I'm finding some people to play with this season and still get a lot of games in, but it's different because I don't, you know, Chuck will be on a little bit, but not nearly as much. Sam hasn't leveled yet, so he ain't gonna be on. Well, I mean, I'm not actually personally any different. I haven't changed, but the people around me have changed. I don't think I've changed. I think I would happily be in you know who I've been for as long as I can be. Sam has not leveled yet. Yeah, I mean, like Blitz seems nice at the time of night too that I would like to stream. We'll see. We'll have to kind of figure out what works for us this season. Experiment a bit. I was fortunate that last season I got to do like a lot of people like Zen, for example, play with me and stuff. Like that was huge. I had a chance to play with a lot of really awesome people. Yeah, for those just joining in as well, I got some interesting information last night. You do not need to farm Bloody Token gear anymore. That's done. Now it's just Conquest. So when you log in today, when the season starts, there's none of the Spark shit anymore. You just log in and start queuing Arena, or start queuing Shuffle, or start queuing BG Blitz. There's no step 2. Just queue Arena until you get your heraldries, craft your shit, and then keep queuing Arena. That's it. So every character is as simple as just queuing. I think you would ideally, yeah, Matt. I mean, I think my plan for gearing today, we'll see. I mean, I'll confirm when I get a chance to actually play, but you still can crate farm too. I mean, so the value in doing crate farm and stuff on ults is that crate farming is ultra efficient for ults because it gives you honor and bloody tokens, and bloody tokens are basically honor, which is pretty sick. So for gearing, if you gear a new character, bloody tokens are just a really efficient way of getting honor gear. All right, we need to win this one. I need to win 2. We need to win this and 1 blitz, or no, one. We need to win 1 brawl, and then we're good. This character's my least good character by far, but I mean, I technically have enough honor to buy stuff for it, but we'll see. I also didn't level Leatherworking up today, which may be a mistake too. Wait, I could have been doing this the whole time. Hold on. It's an option to do right now. How do you feel it's macro? Pillar, Breath, Frostworm, Trinket stats. Is Frostworm off global? It's not, right? I guess that's your global button. Seems fine. Moonkin is already good, to be honest. I think it's already pretty good. I just don't need these things. Apparently no. So the date for it, Chip, that Jeff was talking about was like, the date was Q4 2020 to begin with, and they pushed it to 2021. But the discussion happened before that. He didn't explicitly say when the discussion happened, but he implied that it happened before that. I'm not using Big BFs anymore. It might be. I'm using a thing called MVQ UI now, but you can also use, yeah, I mean, obviously it's an option to use that. I should be NS instantly. It's certainly an option to use that. I think it's been updated. MVQ UI and Mini CC are also good options. I'm definitely like speculating a bit when I say that though, Chip. But yeah, that was the discussion was like on what he was saying was like a date he was given in the future, which was originally 2020, and they pushed it eventually after he left. They pushed it again, but I don't think the discussion was right as he left. But yeah, he was. I think he was intentionally a bit vague with it too, because I'm assuming there's liability. I mean, to be fair, I think Blizzard did get better after that point. That guy, actually, there's a lot of discussions on that, but yeah, I don't know. Business is ugly, man. It's all very, very ugly. Microsoft have been pretty good in other franchises. It's hard to say, but maybe. I don't know about the crowdfunding thing. Pax, thank you for the new sub, buddy. That's my first new sub today as well. Thank you very much for supporting, buddy. This is a 4 cap. I mean, Microsoft are under pressure to make money on their, like, it sounds like Bobby may have slightly scammed Microsoft. He did the classic, like, sell Blizzard at a huge, like they were not, you know, it was sold at peak COVID timing where, like, you know, the world was playing, they were playing with monopoly money at that point. So they sold hugely expensive. That is $500. We'll send a blitz now. And that could be really bad for a while. I think they probably care. Again, you gotta understand it's like saying like Elon Musk doesn't care about money. The guy clearly cares about money, right? Despite the fact that obviously he has more money than he could reasonably ever use, ever. Right? When you're talking about the scale of billions of dollars, like their job as CEO or whatever is basically to make money. That's it.
May my goods
So there's never a point of like not caring, unfortunately.
return when you need more.
Well, they have some sort of grand plan for that they don't think they've fully revealed yet. With the Activision, like the way that, I mean, I think they also may have changed the way they're doing things. Because like since that acquisition happened, they actually fired. I think maybe Xbox has gone through more than one major person at this point, right? What do you do to level working? We get it to 50. I can first craft stuff, but is it not like an easy thing to make? Or is like understand. Oh, I guess you just get extra levels to make up for it. I need to buy my leather, I think. Oh my god, this stuff's expensive. Kind of expensive. Maybe expensive is the wrong word. I mean, I only get I only have to get to 50. And then we're chilling. Because we don't care about the quality of our gear. Yeah, it's very possible. I think we want those. Any other first crafts we got? This one? This one? Wow, we actually went through all those scales instantly. More of both. I guess you're right. It is a lot. Were you trying to go beyond? What are the first crafts that I got? For me, I would just play Devour. Is what I plan to do right now. We're going through all this shit again. Instantly. Well, that's expensive to make. I don't know if I wanted to do that. We only need 10 levels. What's the weapon craft tech for Devourer? Maybe buy a couple of these and make a few of them. Oh, interesting. So you need to do some. You need to. Okay, that's good to know. I won't forget that. That's actually kind of insane. This looks like the cheapest way to level, to be honest. They first crafted everything. Okay. What I had to do. Wasn't bad. Now I just do crafting orders. And we're good. That's it. This was easy. DK no signing, yeah. It's really fucking expensive for one knowledge, but gonna need a lot of knowledge, I guess. We have 2 shots at this brawl before servers go down. Bro, I seem kind of crazy for this. If I get to free cast? If I get to free cast, we go in. This haste is crazy, man. I mean, it's just a way you just get passive gold from like leveling, from just enchanting all your shit. Every epic you get right now is 8k gold. Just random ones leveling. If you had a random like, you know, anything while leveling, it's worth 8k. Yeah, haste feels fucking wild. Maintenance is in 40 minutes. Apparently for 4 hours. What's the easiest way to fix or pro with the group members switching orders every arena game from arena 1 to 3 macros? I use an item called frame sort for that. You can select like what your healer should be, what your DPS should be. You're welcome, buddy. Oh, and then you use macros. So when you do that, you use macros to like pick healer and DPS. So like, it describes in the add-on itself. But when you make you'll make macros that do like at healer basically effectively. You'll have like a hash. You'll have like a. I think it's this frame sort. And you like I mean, it's described in the thing how you do it. So your frames will look correct, and then you have to use macros to like specifically target your healer or your DPS. Or DPS, or you know, DPS 1, DPS 2, whatever. One for that one. Roll seems better for us though. Devour mobility in general seems crazy. Or less rookie? TD's rookie. That's interesting. I'd make this, but it's a lot of stuff is already made for you though. So fix that. Profession gives the rookie. Do you know which profession gives the little looking thing? Knowledge. Anyone else come along for this by chance? Did it queue you, John? Okay.
We shall not falter.
I don't know what I have to get to. Which one's it? Leather belt. Elk gloves. So you have to max this out. All right, so I need to get this to 30 to craft belt. But who sells it? Okay, it's yeah. While I'm in queue right now, I'm just trying to get as much shit leveled as I can, so I can just have professions sorted for today.
Our beasts favor bloodthirsty insects from the leech bog. Help us gather more for the hunt.
It tells me who I'm supposed to talk to. Money.
My goods are my pride. Recommend me to Zojara, will ya?
Interesting. Seems really useful to have.
Thank ya for taking a look, child.
The bags are a problem, Bashar. I need the belt. But that's it. Let's carry it down. Good enough for now. I assume this is the carrot I'm using blacksmith for. Hey Faye. I mean, I couldn't tell you on Frost being good or bad at this point. I assume it's not. You think Asham's cooked? My friend thinks they has a high cast one of the most healers. Couldn't tell you for sure how cooked they are. Oh, I've already. Oh, that's crazy. This one's already done. It's so much easier to do for blacksmithing. Need literally one profession knowledge and I'm done.
Sinu Amanore. Shorel Aran.
My goods are one of a kind. Glory to the Sindorians.
Need double bubble, man. Oh no. We seem to have control this place now. This was a bloodbath in the end. Pretty fun game. Somebody's not up. We might have time for one more, but I kind of doubt it, but we'll see. I mean, the thing's fast. It might work. It might not. So I'm already sorted with this. Need the pattern.
Treat my wares with care.
I don't remember if I learned to do the ring on my jewel crafter or not. I just dumped some honor to that. Super cool. Signet, 38,000.
Aldiel Shalah.
Main DK after enough. I plan to play DK. Maining, I mean, I got a bunch of stuff that I've leveled up and Gid. Found a bunch of Ana. We'll just play whatever, I think. You have Sparks already. You should already be able to get Sparks. Warrior might be fine, yeah. Hans seems good, yep. I mean, I think it's a spec that you've got to be pretty good at to do well on. Yeah, Sparks are already in the game now. You can already be getting accumulating Sparks as is.
Are you planning a purchase? Return when you need more.
Okay, so I can now do the rings, which will honestly probably farm a shitload of gold today, if I'm being real. So now I should just log across my different characters, the crafts, without any trouble. I can craft everything but braces that I need to craft, I think. Do you think Walking Dead will be a strong comp this season? A strong comp this season? I'm not sure on that one. Maybe. I'm kind of like apprehensive on like how DK is going to look in general today. Hopefully it does well. It's enough to do a couple crafts. The bags are cooked, but it's fine. Oh shit! What's the spell thread called? Is it called spell thread? This expansion? Shit is no, I want that. Oh, that's expensive as fuck, man. What the fuck? That is crazy. That's a bit too expensive, I think. I think it's a... I think that's a bit too pricey for me. Should pitch fetch root from that. I mean, the play one is not the 10k is not. I don't know. If it was the BIS one, I'd be down. But some of those things don't require anything crazy. You're paying a cut. I mean, it's gonna get crazier and crazier as the day goes on. By the way, we are sorted for a lot of things. We got infinite done today. In the end. Did it really get no jewel crafting knowledge? I got no knowledge? Huh? The knowledge sitting on this thing? Using that. Still on tier 3s, man. This thing's not cheap. That's expensive. All right. Stuff will reset soon. It's pretty close. Nice rally. Let's see. How close you got to making like. So as we're now. Well, so professions are sorted, except for one item. I can't do leatherworking braces. I got belt. I got belt braces for plate. I got jewel crafting ring. I've got the endurance. I've got weapon enchants. I've got plenty of leg enchants. I got chest enchants for 5 characters, which is realistically enough for today. I got gems for like 1 character. That might cost a bit. I'd like to go for the Nemesis thing, but I don't know the best way to do it. Do you think you have to do that today to get it? Is that like a you log on today and do that, or you don't do that at all? I mean, I'd like to do the Nemesis thing, but again, I don't know what that'll take. Basically, it's like a world top 2000 thing. Well, so in like 3 hours time. I don't think Crumb's around. I think Crumb's just too busy. I miss him too, but I don't think he's coming back. He's not playing the side of the expansion. I don't know if he's purchased. I think he actually has purchased it, but I don't think he's playing or planning to play. I mean, Warriors actually got big buff too. Servers are, I think it's a 4-hour downtime from 7 to 11. Yeah, 4-hour downtime. I wouldn't trust it. I would not trust that. I would expect it to be pushed by 2 or 3 hours. I mean, this is the server release. They have to do a lot of testing and stuff. There are also, raids come up and stuff too. I would expect at least 5 hours of downtime. So in terms of today, let's do some quick Taylor stuff. I'm pretty confident I like these as my tier ones. I think there are classes that are close to these. I think Moonkin's close. I think both lock specs are close. I think Frost is there too. I want to say Disc is there as well. I'm guessing Arcane isn't. I think Dev is the very front of this list. Ah, Dev could be here. Is Dev tier 1 or 1.5? You think subs? I think sub is going to completely dominate threes. Yeah, bro. Sub could actually lose 90% of its damage. Dev's S. I kind of agree. I do numbers. I don't do the S thing because I think you're looking at like the closeness of how things are compared to like tiers. I don't think there are any like Z test specs right now, you know? I'm assuming that Mage goes down here. I kind of think Feral's not. This would be 8. I mean, if you wanted to look at like it'd be like S plus. If you want to do like S plus and S, Mine. It's not. It's not S. It's not quite S. If you want to, I mean, it might make more sense to do like this, but I don't think there even is a C test spec in the game. Nah, because I don't think this is A test. I think these specs are all really, really powerful. I don't think Devour is as good as people think it is. I think Devour is good damage. Devour will do fucked up damage. I just think it's not super practical to get your collapse off in arena. Or in shuffle for that matter. I think that it has fucked up damage in the right situation. It's crazy, but it's just like that situation doesn't pop up enough. I would imagine Ellie's here. I actually wonder if Enhance is here. I think Enhance might. It's not really fair to call it S, is it? I don't think it's fair. It could be really good, but I don't think it's fair. Okay, there's a C-test spec. Found it. Found the C-test spec. Found the other C-test spec. Where's Rhett going? I would have put Rhett up here, except for the nerf they just got. I think Rhett got cooked by that. I don't know. Do I think Arms is beta? I don't know. I think Fury is. Fury might even sneak up to S minus, but I think this is PvP, yeah. I think Frost is still good, yeah. Even with the rate change. You think Frost, the Fury's S? It's only 10% damage. He gets absolutely dumped by Frost Mages and a few other specs. Like what? Like of the specs that are S tier and S minus tier, I think all of these specs prey on Warrior. Like all of them. Every single one of them preys on Warrior, I think. Literally every single one of these specs, like except for Shadow Priest, every single one of these specs like fucks with Warrior the whole time. How is Shadow Priest at high? I think it always was high. Like Shadow Priest is always good. On beta, it always did well. Warrior fucks with Hunter?
I think all the tiers should be dropped the pack and S remains blank. Dragonflight Season 1 Red and last season's Marksman Hunter were dumpster over all those S tier spats.
True.
That tiers are not
well, no, sort
Smiley
of.
face emoji.
The new Marks Hunter spec kind of dumps everything, but I'm trying to think, like, when I played it, it's like, I don't think Warrior fucks with Hunter that well anymore. Hunter, I mean, they did nerf consecutive concussion, I think, today, if I'm not wrong. Which should help a little bit. Let me see. The only Marks Hunter nerf that they put in, right? Oops. I think it's a single Mark stuff in PvP. I think it's a slow talent, maybe. Oh, it's just consecutive concussion. I mean, they still have a 70% snap. It feels pretty bad to attack like Warrior. I don't know. I think Warrior gets fucked with by every one of these specs. We're talking PvP right now. Think you're too harsh on Frost? What do you think? Frost DK? I think there'll be comps for Frost. I think comps will exist for Frost. But I don't know why you would play with a Frost DK over anything right now. Windwalker Burst is really crazy. On beta, everyone thought Windwalker was the best spec in the game, and then they didn't nerf it. Like, you still have Frost DK right now, Thunder. Pit Outlaw is decent, but I don't think you'll see anyone play it. I think this is the true position for Outlaw. It could even be S-, but no one's gonna play it because sub is just too fucking good. And on the sub question, like sub being S tier, you could remove 50% of sub's damage, and sub would still be in that same position. 16-second Stundia is the most terrifying and most cooked shit of all time. If you just have to think about how much more afraid you are as any spec against any sub rogue team. Your defensives don't line up anymore. Like they are able to do goes so much more frequently than before. Your vulnerable, like your window to attack is so much smaller. It's not even the lockdown. It's the fact that you like the way that you die to a rogue team is by getting stunned and killed inside of stuns. They can do that. It feels fucked up. Like you'll see pretty quickly, but like you feel substantially more vulnerable in a world where rogues have less DR, like less time to wait until they can go again. 16 seconds stun DR, like I said, they could lose most of their damage and it would still be fucking disgusting. It's a combination of threes and shuffle. We're guessing a bit with threes, and we're talking like sub rogue was S tier and shuffle as well, and that's the scary part. Like typically there are seasons where sub rogue will be like non-existent in shuffle and still be completely S tier in threes, and on beta sub rogue was completely S tier in shuffle, which is really bad news. So sub rogue very confidently is in that position. Where will Unholy be? That's a good question. I think it's like probably A tier. Not a bad place to be. Not a great place to be. You have the issue of like, why would you play with one in some situation? We'll see though. I don't think it's fair to put it in the S tier anymore. I think it was very clearly S tier, but 20% is a big nerf. I think it's still fair to put Unholy in A tier. Probably towards the bottom of A tier, but A tier. Asarogue, I don't know enough about it. I'm assuming it's roughly is it A tier? I don't think it's B tier. It's not arms worry bad, right? It's got kidney shots too. It's not a spec I've seen very often. I think High Mountain's pretty good, yeah. I think HPEL is probably top of S-, but maybe a little below the S tier healers for throughput, especially because they took some nerfs too. Holy Priest is probably... I don't know what Holy Priest does well. It might just be A tier, with Resto being B tier. I don't think Resto Shaman's gonna sneak up that much. I also don't think it's bad either. Maybe it's fair to say that like healer rankings are weird. These could be easily very, very wrong. Adru could be insane in threes. I don't think the changes to Shaman will like push them to like being crazy. I got no clue on Survival's a weird one. Depends who you're playing against. I don't think it's B tier though. It's probably A tier. And then Org, have not seen it. So that's what I got for today, I think. We'll see how correct we are. I wouldn't be surprised if there are just certain specs you don't see this week at all. For example, like in the A tier, you probably won't see Arcane Mage very often. I think Feral will be rare. I think Alien Hearts could be rare. Well, Guardian took big nerfs, so it's hard to say. Guardian got kind of cooked in the end. I wouldn't be surprised if there are multiple OP tank specs, just, you know, so we're clear. Like Blood DK got big buffs, and I think Blood DK is already probably okay. Isn't there any hope for Frost DK? I just don't know what Frost DK is good for. Like, what's it? Give me a Frosty K comp that we like. Is it order from left to right as well? Kinda, in some cases at least. I would say that from the left part doesn't matter too much, but from the right part does. Everyone's saying completely different things. Windwalker Subrog. Windwalker's interesting. Maybe Windwalker could work. They don't line up perfectly. Like Leg Sweep doesn't line up with Pillar. And Reaper's Mark is kind of weird too, to keep people in range. I could see Windwalker DK. Like Frost Windwalker DK could be a thing. Subrog. I mean, there's a million better comps for it. I mean, it could be okay. I mean, I think DH needs help. Even with buffs, it's not. The issue with both DH specs is I think they need design changes. Shadow's S-. Why is that? My personal, like, I on beta put Shadow in S tier pretty much the whole time. Shadow seemed really good in beta. It has really good utility. It lost life swap, but I mean, it has really good utility. It's tanky. They nerfed Shadow? No, they did not, sir. Read the notes again. They buffed Shadow. They literally buffed it yesterday by 7%. It's only a buff. You lost like 2% pad AoE damage, and you gained 7% all damage. I mean, you're saying, I think Red will be good. You mean because they nerfed the other thing? They nerfed Shadow Operations? I think Charles. Well, so Shadow Priest was really bad in PvE. Did he get that bad? Unholy? I was 8 here. Oh my god, it's a super chat. Thank you very much, Pox Buddy. It's 20 bucks on Unholy DK. There's a lot. I mean, they fixed a few of them though. Thank you very much, buddy. Shadow Priest, Shadow Operation stuff. Let me see. So they lost 100% damage on Shadow Operations? Is that all of your damage in PvP or something? So basically they nerfed Shadow Operations by 100%. Maybe that matters. I don't know. On beta, they were really good. I don't know if I haven't noticed operations being a lot of your dam. How much of your damage is that with your operations? Were they showing up as like a different number? Wish they didn't catch boom. Wait, they nerfed boom. What's the moon can change? Huh. They nerfed this. Nerfed this. Fix the bug causing exploding shooting star. Is that a big change? Race you play for Frost? What to say? Maybe High Mountain Torn. I mean, it depends on what playstyle you want to have, right? Do you want to have a playstyle where you're running away the whole game, or do you have a playstyle you're running in? I don't know. It depends what you want to do. Like Pan is obviously excellent for running away, right? Which you prefer? Lots of small. Wait, what? The fuck kind of question is that, Thunder? I almost read that, man. I will be playing a Death Knight, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not even that it might be broken, it might not be, but regardless, it is a double damage reduction passive, and that is just there's no other race that competes with that, right? They have, I mean, there is one other one, but generally speaking, there's not much competition on that one. Anyway, guys. I know, 10 gifted subs, man. He's top on the week as well. Bro, I was talking to Aaron for 1 second. We're just sorting out what we're doing today. Thank you very, very much, Lim. That is insane. Bro, I almost read that fucking question, man. I mean, High Mountain Torrent is just, it's good because it like helps the playstyle you want to have. Like Unholy, for example, as a spec, doesn't want to run in a perfect world. You want to run in versus run away. Your kit leads towards that too. Frost has the option to run, so Pan is good for that if you're planning to do setup stuff. But I don't know if the game is. I feel like everyone has so much health that playstyle of one tapping is not ideal for Frost anymore. It works well for things like, you know, like sub fire and all that kind of thing, but I don't know if Frost can pull that off in the same way. Is what I'm saying. Thank you very, very much, Thunder Buddy. Done with 9 more gifted subs for 1,200 fucking subs total, man. That is fucking insane. I think we're at 20 subs today because of that. That is fucking ridiculous, buddy. Thank you very much. I fucking love you, man. Truly. Thank you very much, buddy. So what we've sorted out is I'm going to be on a little bit earlier tonight, but not too much earlier. And we'll probably stream later tomorrow is kind of the plan. So we'll try and keep our, I think people would at this stage prefer me to have the late schedule. I think that's where we're at now. But I'd rather stream until like, you know, late tomorrow and get a bunch of characters compared to starting super early today. Thank you very much, Thunder. You're top on the week. 1,200 subs as well. Top on the day as well. Yeah, this could be cooked. There's a lot of these ATS specs that I think are good that you just won't see. I doubt you'll see a single Outlaw Rogue or maybe even Aster Rogues in any situations. I'm sure you'll see a ton of Ret Paladins. I'm sure you'll see a ton of Fury Warriors. I mean, Ret X is interesting because Ret utility, like, we're talking more damage here, right? Their utility is crazy. Like, Ret Marks could be fucked up. In 3s. Ret Rogue could be good. Like, Rets are good. So today, from what I understand of today, there is no need for bloody tokens anymore. So you log on today, you'll have a 1600 conquest cap. And honestly, on beta, I'm going to be completely honest. On beta, it took a lot of games before your quest popped up for the artisans shit. I think they changed it. It usually took a lot more than 3 shuffles to have the artisans consult the heraldries. That quest took like, I want to say like a couple of hours to get to pop per character. So I would not, just as like a side note, a prediction, if you will, if it's done like beta, it might take a few hours per character just to get your heraldries or crafteds. Yeah, you know, and War Within, in the other expansions, it was popping quickly. In Dragonflight no, it wasn't in Dragonflight. Dragonflight didn't exist. But yeah, and War Within, it was always after like 3 games or 1 shuffle. And now it took a long time. Yeah, I think it's changed. That's what I'm saying. On beta, I would play a character for an entire night, and it would pop like, 6 hours in or 7 hours in of shuffles. So it might take a while, is what I'm saying. Maybe it's changed for live, but on beta it was taking a whole night to get it to pop each time, usually. So it might take a sec. Well, it's changed though. So you don't have you no longer have to farm bloody tokens. Bloody token gear is honor gear now. So it's good for ults. It's good for like your ult characters or new characters, but it's not useful if you have honor gear. So you're gonna be farming today when you log on. You're gonna go straight into arena or into shuffle or into blitz or into RBGs or whatever you want to do. You're gonna farm conquest and you're gonna try and get your crafted stuff, and that's it. So each character literally logs on, spams arena, or whatever you like doing, whatever your chosen rated activity is. Why is it not enabled if it's? I don't know, but I talked to someone fairly trustworthy about it, and I believe them. On beta, it was definitely, so basically on beta it was on eye level. I think they wanted you to have to grind honor gear, and I think the intention behind bloody token gear is for it to be catch up. But I talked to a person that I knows what they're talking about, and they said it was intentional. So it's a good change. If that is, I mean, I believe them. I believe that's what they're trying to do. What embellishments? Probably gonna go for Arcana Weave lining. In terms of what I'm gonna craft, I'm probably gonna craft at least I'm planning to do this with my gear. You have 600 conquest, and you have 9 heraldries, right? I'm planning to craft Brace's belt. I mean, I don't know if it's 9. I didn't actually check if it was 9 on beta. I guess I could log on and check maybe, but I'm pretty sure it's 9 heraldries. If it's 9 heraldries and 600, I'm pretty sure it's 600 conquest. I think I got confirmation it was that. If it is that, I would craft Brace's belt with double Arcana Weave on both. And then I would craft 1 ring so I could stack stats. That's because you want to have, the ability to play whatever stats you want. If you want to stack like Haste Mastery, you have that, or Mastery Verse, whatever you want to do, you can do that. So that's 175 conquest gone, which means I can't buy like Helm shoulders. You want to get 2-piece. I'm probably gonna do gloves shoulders for my 2-piece. And that's how I do it, I think. And then I might craft like the blue Engie helm. But I have to look and see what I'm kind of planning to do in future weeks for that one. That lets you put sockets in all your items and enchants. Exactly, Thunder. So it's for catch up, I think. But the reason I wouldn't recommend, so if you're a healer, crafting rings and stuff is fine. Putting embellishment on, like healers can embellish rings with pretty good embellishments. I don't think DPS can embellish the same way. DPS have 3 options. Devouring Banding's 1. That's basically a Versa proc for everyone. It's Versaproc with a bit of damage. 10-second duration, so it's harder to use. There's a Arcana Weave, which is a 20-second strength proc, and it buffs your teammates by a teeny bit too, I think. But it's not a huge amount, but it's very easy to use. It's very easy to get value from a 20-second proc. And the third option is, I can't remember the name of it, but basically it's a chance to proc a stat based on your target type. So like based on what you're attacking, it gives you a secondary stat. And if you're targeting a humanoid, which is any player in Arena, it'll proc mastery every time. So basically the third option, I don't know the name of it, but it basically procs mastery every time. That's those three are used in PvE. I used Devouring a lot on beta. I think for DK, it's probably the play to play Arcana Weave. But yeah, that's where we're at. My plan is to be on in about 8 hours today, maybe 9. If it's catch a white cap on, I don't know if there is a cap on bloody tokens. Is there a cap on bloody tokens? I got no clue if there is. Bloody token gear is apparently the same level as on gear. Yeah. On beta it was, and apparently it was intentional on beta. So I think it was still epic gear though, weirdly enough. So it's scaled to honor eye level, but I think it was higher eye level for PvE. It was like 240 or something like that. So technically speaking, that might be weight as a cap because it's a way to get, like, it's basically mythic zero gear that you can buy with World Quest stuff. So it may have more value. I'm pretty sure it was epic, but with like less scaling. So it might be something you want to farm for PvE reasons or something. Yeah, we'll be on pretty early tonight. Thank you guys very, very much for watching. I hope you guys are excited for the season. I'm very excited for the season. We are gonna spam a shitload of games tonight. Thank you guys very much for watching. Thank you very much. This is no, this is not either. I'm a PvP person for the most part, Kachao, and this is looking more at like shuffle and threes more than anything. I got no idea about the PvE side of things. Well, okay, the Shadow Priest thing, there maybe is a question mark here because of this change, this bug fix apparently is a big thing. I don't know how much of their damage came from where is it, man? This issue here, this bug fix. Maybe that's bigger than I gave it credit for. Maybe that offsets some of the 7% buff you got. I'm not sure. So Frost is bad everywhere. I mean, it's not great. It lacks. I mean, I don't know what in what situation it's good. But yeah, I'm very excited. Thank you very much, Thunder, for the 19 gifted subs. Park for the super chat. Paxio for the new sub. Brad's for the 9-month resub. Indy the 21-month resub. Lad 5 subs. Aram is the 2-month resub. Hannibal the 6-month resub. Chuck the host earlier on tonight before I crashed. Before my internet crashed. Sunny the gifted sub earlier on tonight as well. All of you guys for watching. Hope you guys are enjoying the expansion so far. I'll be on, like I said, we're planning to be on like 9 hours time-ish. And we should hopefully have a long one tonight. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. I'll talk to you guys soon.